Me and my friends got an upcoming stream. We'll play that.
Actually, I have an upcoming stream.
That's what it says, because your stream was getting ready. Oh, I like that outfit.
Thanks, it's from the DLC. Spirit Walker. I can't. Oh no! I hit the bird! Yeah, well. I've killed the captain. I just need to get the chest and just leave. I'm a Spirit Walker. I can't miss. Guess you can play it. And here come the reinforcements. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. They're all infected now. they're all sick. No, all the reinforcements are.
You're just a plague spreader.
Oh, it's so fun though. Yep, 2 dead.
What level were we?
What level were we?
Yeah, I'm level 11 now.
We were at least 15.
Okay.
Because 15 was when I unlocked, that had the pop-up saying that we got enchanted things.
Okay.
It was like 15, maybe 17. Can they get infected twice?
Got double AIDS.
This doesn't look like they can. Well, wait, maybe. Okay, anyways. This next. Ow, elbow. I'm literally trying to eat, and then every single time I go to eat, and another enemy spawns in the path.
should not be seen in this area.
State! Conquiesco! Esix! Hoc modo!
I didn't know they would be able to kill two of them.
I don't know why. I just looked over and you were at the bird view, and I thought you were driving an AC-130 from some Modern Warfare crap.
Yeah, but like
You were about to,
an
you were about
early
to shoot
model.
the church. In that mission where it tells you to shoot everything that has a flare on it.
Ooh, I mean it's Modern Warfare. I think
The
it's
church doesn't have a flare on it. But it lets you destroy a church.
I think people have said that Modern Warfare is just like a psyop that's like paid off, that they consult the government when they make those.
Yeah, there's some crazy stuff.
I mean, who could forget de-escalate the situation?
Dude, the new one's got like you go into like cartel houses and it's crazy.
Well, no, yeah, the new one. The new one has you going
De-escalate, yeah.
yeah, and you point the gun at them, and it's like this isn't de-escalation. Or when you commit the war crime with like the first 5 minutes. I mean, but they don't count if America doesn't. That's just how it works. I didn't even do anything. This. I mean, it worked. He wasn't on fire anymore. I can't admonish the man because his like weird spinning did stop him from being on fire. Go get to the basement. Right under them. I guess we'll look around for a circus. Okay. Torch. Letters about the secret basement. Okay, time to look it up. Vala Ray Roman Barracks. Oh hey, so this camp is location left. There's a staircase in the back of the building leading underground. What? Yep.
I will not betray the Black Land, despots. I am an Egyptian like yourself, Medjay. For the safety of Egypt, please, we must escape.
Only because...
Too kind, thank you so much.
Only because...
Let me be clear. Don't get twisted.
Soul of a
Okay, we're out of the barracks. I guess let's just keep running this direction until we're even more out of the barracks.
Keep running. Keep running. Keep running.
What can you do if you can't run?
Kill the weak. Got to kill the weak.
Help me, Medjay! This house! Who sent you?
Alright, I'm done killing this boss one.
I would not have betrayed Egypt.
She's not giving me crap.
Apollodorus.
I am part of his divine manipulation of the threads. A viper in the long grass of Cyrenaica. We are compromised. I know not how or by who, but that is how the Centurion found me. He has a list of spies.
Not all men will stand up to torture as well as you.
Find the Roman. See what information he has. He patrols the border towers.
For Egypt.
For a free Egypt!
I'll check it out. Oh, hey. So, oh, man. Maybe I can find it if I click this link. Tinkaton. Is like a new one of the new Pokemon.
I'd have to see it.
It's got a giant hammer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find the Pokedex entry. Okay, I guess that, I guess, well, it's true. If you look up a Pokemon, you're going to find Level 34 of it.
No, that's Twinkaton.
And it's got boobs. Okay, well. Pokedex entry. Pokedex entries. So, Corviknight.
Yes.
The bird.
Yeah.
Its Pokedex entry in the new one is Corviknight can't serve as a taxi service in Paldea because the Pokemon's natural predators will attack it while it flies, endangering the customer. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So on Tinkaton's Pokedex entry, it's this intelligent Pokemon has a very daring disposition. It knocks rocks into the sky with its hammer, aiming at flying Corviknights. So that someone, which one was it? This image.
Hold on.
What? You cannot escape!
Hey! You're finished!
We'll kill it. No, I think my favorite Pokemon that I've seen from this gen is Iron Valiant.
Iron Valiant?
Yeah.
So,
It's pretty cool.
Iron... I assume it'd be spelled like that. Oh. Oh. It's 2 words? Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, that's very weird.
That's a guard. That's a Gallade.
Yeah,
Oh,
but it is.
cause it's a Paradox Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's cool. It's fairy fighting instead of psychic fighting.
Magneton.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
Sandy Shocks. It's just got feet.
Don't look at it. I've seen that one. It's cursed.
Oh, Roaring Moon. Oh no, those are past Pokemon. Okay. Iron Thorns. Iron Bundle. Oh, Iron Valiant. So I guess they all share the photosynthesis ability. Ah, I think I've seen this person.
The thick woman in the white outfit.
With who's the rival?
No,
green hair.
That's not who I'm talking about.
She's not good at throwing Pokeballs. Okay. This one.
If it's your rival, I've seen him.
It's the rival.
Yeah, I've seen her. She wears a sleeve.
Yeah. Okay. So it's that one, and then this one. Oh, and that one. Oh, and then this one here. No. Join the dead. You join the dead. Oh, so that's the villainous team in this one. What? Okay.
What are they called?
Team Star. They are delinquent students of the academy. Like, are they even adults?
So you remember I was telling you about Grandbot?
Yes.
There's a new one. It's not Grand, it's a Bilbo bot. And you comment anything about him and he just responds, Rah!
Oh, because of the movie.
Yeah.
I have that movie.
Funny.
No, I guess it was in both movies, right?
It's whenever they tried to take the ring from him in the beginning of the Fellowship of the Ring.
Because also they did it in the animated one, didn't they? In the 70s.
Yeah.
Because then there's like a weird subreddit based on that face.
I love how Japan has like opposite things that we do. It's great. Like we have conventions where we all dress up and go to them. It's awesome. But then they have like things where they all dress up as cowboys. They have like fake little Wild West towns built, and it's great. I'm all for it.
I don't know what character this is, but apparently there's a sense of lore behind it. That she got a job at her favorite nuggy place.
Brothers, shield me! I must get away! Cover my escape! Cover my escape! Cover my escape!
Cover my escape! Cover my escape! Oh, Amelie played, Keep Calm and No One Explodes.
Mm-hmm.
That she didn't.
Oh, you know how the guns are like Dahlia and Stoker and stuff like that?
Yeah,
Torg guns are just Torg.
of course.
It's just Torg just in it.
I like the fact that the Stoker one is Bram Stoker, Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
So
Those are the crossbow guns.
yeah.
I must let Rome know that Siwa is never to be harmed again. None of these men will survive.
Hey, if this quest is to kill everyone, I guess I'll do this quest. Oh, I got all of the upgrades. All the synchronization. Well, no, I've gotten all the synchronization points.
Yeah, so you just move him over a base and it's just tags everything. Dude, the Odyssey map is massive.
Garbage.
You miss. Oh, dude. Hit that pole perfect.
the commander. He may be carrying important
Okay,
information.
masters of this,
This may tell me
conquer
what the plan is.
Siwa.
Someone out here, something is going to die. Won't escape us.
I will destroy these carts, and Jibade will soon meet Anubis.
Cool. Mystery bag. What's up with the mystery box? Give me anything. Give me a boat. You must want one of those. We'll take the box. We'll take the box, you said. What's the Pope? With the mystery box, give me anything. You can give me a boat. Just played the entire scene a second time. That one. I killed everybody in the camp before I could. I guess I have to go back to that DLC, the first DLC. 'Cause I'm still technically missing a trophy from that. It's to kill 3 people on a zipline.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, oh, well, I don't need to be here to do it. And so far, I've only killed 1 person on a zipline. Luckily, it doesn't have to be in a row. This isn't Far Cry 4. Okay. Uh, there's another one. Oh, it's that one. Man, it's gonna be fun. You know? Where am I? Okay, there's one left. Where is that? I really hope I don't have to play that game. Alright.
Hmm?
I went, alright.
What'd you do?
I guess I'm missing one.
Oh, was that supposed to be it?
Yep.
Oh, it's not like you gotta scan over. Oh. No, but you can like zoom out and see stuff.
This is as
It's like,
zoomed out as I can get without the icons disappearing.
okay, well, I thought that it might have had like a thing on areas.
No. Or it's like, oh, this area is complete.
Mm-hmm.
No. But I imagine Odyssey has that.
I can't remember.
Well, let me rephrase. I hope Odyssey has that. Okay. Nice. I'll look a little bit more. As the page is loading. hide all. Show all locations. Yeah. So that's this. Ooh, that's a good idea. Okay, so all 5 ancient mechanisms. Get that one. And there's one here. There's one out there. Hmm? Don't. Oh, this and this one? No marks tomb. Where is that? Oh, right here. Okay, yeah. Right. And then the one below there. Alright. Leopard layer. Lion layer. Farm Slayer. Hyena Lair. Farm Slayer. Hyena. Hippo. North. Oh, this one. The Hyena Lair. Vulture. Wait, oh, two vultures? Vulture. Oh, vulture. Leopard. Hyena. Vulture. Cobra. Leopard. Crocodile. I mean, obviously, I don't have to do all the Ptolemy statues, do I?
I think you do.
Oh, well, then that might be a reason. Well, then. Old habit. Okay, viewpoints, camps, treasure locations. Oh, within camps. Oh, no, it means treasure locations, like, jeez, what are those? Lairs, pages. You don't need to solve any of the puzzles. Some circles, war elephant camps, permanent locations. There's a viewpoint in the area first to reveal all incomplete locations. So that means there's just one I haven't completed, because I synchronized all the locations. There's one right here.
What? Ptolemy statue?
No, that's not listed as a thing I have to do. But there is a question mark that I just found. Oh. Okay, let's keep looking, I guess. You've synchronized all of the points. So all of the undiscovered, uncompleted locations should be on the map. I shouldn't have to, like, walk near it to add it to the map. Found a trophy god that literally just has everything listed. All of the areas, what the completions are. So I'm just going to copy it into a text document and then just delete everything as I found it. Oh, hey, a spreadsheet. Never mind. Someone already made a Google Doc.
It's one of the good things about the game being out for so long.
Oh, the Google Doc was deleted.
It's one of the bad things about the game being out for so long. Works both ways.
It does. That's one of the good things about the game being out so long. It's been deleted. That's one of the bad things about the game being out so long. Oh, they had updated it to add something. No, I want it. File. To copy? Make a copy. Alright. So go into Siwa first. Three viewpoints. Must be discovered. And they're auto-completed. Yes. Oh. All icons. Mountain of the Dead Tomb. Almanai Cave. Oh, Almanai Cave. Coral Escarpment Camp. Temple of Amun. I still don't know what was in the temple underneath Amun. It was like the planet and it had a bunch of dots on it. I guess that's where all of the pieces of Eden are. It's another one of those. On the point. Oh. Ibex layer. Hyena layer. Vulture layer. Yeah. Then home. Kim. Shordad. House of Life. I'm on Stone Circle. Alright. Nothing in the Great Sea, nothing in the Great Sand Sea, nothing in the White Desert. The Arid Desert. Those two tombs. Uab Gnome. Jeez. Doriax. Overwatch Tower. Overwatch Tower? Oh, there it is. Where? West Hippopotamus. East Hippopotamus. Senaham Depths. Right, watered. Oh, there it is. Ravaged Outpost. Oh, Camp of the Two Elephants. Trireme Standing Camp. already had out. Force. Scales. Viewpoint. White Desert Oasis. White Desert Sobek Ruins is this one. Okay, running from that one. Desert Waterfall Hideout. Water Station. Wimmy Vault. Hideout of her Winifred. Derishudu. Great Twins Dome. Biome. 4 viewpoints. 1, 2, 3, 4. East, North, Triangle. That's west. East. Leopard Lair. Pisces. Stone Circle. Sunken Temple of Nephros. Vault of Splendors. Budget's Burrow. Covert Grain Store. Mickey Hideout. Trillium. Ultraware. Bacchius. Oh, 1 loot treasure, so that's probably... I don't see Bacchius here. It feels like Bacchius is like one of these. Chius. Oh, yeah, it's that one. Serapion of Carinus. Root Stash. Send Worset to Temple. She-Ware Anchorage. Oh, that might be one of these. She-Ware Anchorage. Golden Horn Island. Abandoned Fishing Lodge. Towerette. Stone Circle. Hippopotamus Lair. Hyena Lair. Dionysus Caravanserai. Position Dionysian House. Sea of Silvex Anchorage. Oh, Sea of Silvex Anchorage. Festival Terrace. Flyreen. Dionysius Wharf. Terrace Blockade. Looks like the Flyreen is right next to it. The White House Camp. Royal Granary. Siege Oikos. Dry Market. Wrecked Feluca. Eremites Hideout. Yeah. Oh, I immediately forgotten how to spell that. Eremites. Okay, so it should be like right there. Okay. notes for this? Alright. Okay. Black Desert. Oh! That's it. It's right here. Because then, as I was reading it, I went, you know, I've never went to the mountaintop. There's a trophy for that. Yeah, this outfit's from the DLC. Because I completed all of the, afterlives. And also it has, like, a helmet. But I didn't like it, so I took it off. There's a camel can take me there. Take me to the mountaintop? No. How about... that path?
They will attack on sight here.
They're talking to little Karibo, and like, the damage you've done to the Dragon Ball community is unironically irreparable. It's like, oh good, I was wondering what I'd get playing for that one too. I was getting tired of just ruining Yu-Gi-Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. As a teacher, you're sometimes privileged to witness life's moments. I saw a girl approach a boy to ask if he wanted her number. He paused, then pulled out his phone. Utter joy on the girl's face. I then confiscated the phone as it's against the rules to have it out in the corridor. Rude.
Them's the rules.
Alright, how do we get to the mountaintop? That's close enough. Yeah, the angle it's coming from wasn't, like, good. Yeah, because this should be the last one. Hopefully. Because there's a trophy for relaxing on the mountaintop. And, yeah, there's a thing up there. And if it looks beautiful, then I'll just come back up here and take a photo.
Whoa. Sandstorm coming.
What? No, I don't think it was.
Whoa.
Okay. I'm gonna go without you then. As a result of the draw between England and the USA, James Corden has been set adrift in a wooden barrel on the Atlantic. Yep, I could see my house from here. Is to get to the mountaintop. But I'm not interacting with this while a sandstorm is happening. Old habits. There we go. Got them all. Words of wisdom. Oh, complete all hermit locations. Forgot that was a trophy. So, I guess had I looked, I would have seen, oh hey, I'm missing a hermit location. Okay. Whoops. Whoopsie. Okay, trophies. What am I missing now? I am missing. Take a photo in 5 territories. Kill a poison enemy, level 35 plus. With a torch in less than 30 seconds. Sell 100 trinkets at once, and then use dawn and dusk to make. Oh, I'll get that right now. My nephew broke out Pokemon on a Switch, encountered a Stuffle, and immediately went to catch it. I'm like, you're using a Stuffle right now. Why are you trying to catch it? Then his party screen displays at the end. It's 6 Stuffles.
Hey, if he's got a favorite.
Hey. Also, I don't know what Stuffle looks like, but it sounds like a good one. Oh, Stuffle's the bear. The hug
Teddy
bear.
bear.
The hug bear. Yeah, the one that evolves and then, well, the one that evolves into the hug bear that like breaks your spine.
Yeah.
Beware.
Yeah. Beware.
You're in for a scare. So there's an Antifa list that the right-wing extremists want Elon Musk to ban. It includes dog rates. Yeah. Danny DeVito and the World Health Organization. AOC, Ilhan Omar, and Joe Biden. Also, Gators Daily. I guess it's a...
Who made this list?
I don't know. It's a list. The list is absurd by that measure, but don't dismiss it. A mass flagging campaign has already begun on the list. It's already claiming victory for a number of bans. Yeah, I saw a video of a guy who had the list and wrote a Python script to report every single person on the list.
Don't worry, we're gonna get different colored check marks now.
Yeah. And it's just the previous system, but it's like the same, but a little bit different.
No, they're gonna be personally verified by Twitter employees.
Yeah, it's like that's what they were. Namaste.
But you still gotta pay for it.
Yeah. Alright, so got that trophy. I recommended going somewhere for the level 35 plus poison torch trophy.
I've gotten strong.
Oh, here, give me 1 second. No. Yeah, because you're streaming, aren't you?
Yeah.
Here, I'll pull yours up. Mr. Economico. All I do is type in YouTube, and it's one of the drop downs. Borderlands TTP1.
Yeah.
This game's not called Borderlands, though.
That's fine. Alright, now I can kill him. I have the 2 spells equipped.
Yep.
And they're good spells. One's a 3 cast of Meteor, and one's 4 charge things of Lightning Bolt. So I can just...
Kill? Oh, sorry. Kill? You can kill.
Yeah. You see what I did to those guys?
Yeah, they're just exploding.
Yeah, it's so great. That's what I'm saying, like, if I got legendary spells,
Yeah.
going back to kill, Mr. Bones.
Kyrenica. Okay, Kyrenica. Also poison the enemy. Strike with your sword.
So what have you got left now that you've 100%ed the map?
Kill a poisoned level 35 plus enemy with a torch in less than 30 seconds.
Alright.
Um,
Oh, you're watching the stream. So this place,
mhm.
right? Right here, go forward, there's the chest right here.
Yes.
There's the poetry page.
Yeah, because we'd come through here and I saw a poetry page nearby pop up, but I guess I just assumed that it was one that we already grabbed. That's 34. Alright. Really no one patrolling the town? Oh. 36, no, I mean... Yeah, I guess that'll work. It's 35 plus. It's 36. So poison enemy. And then hit him with a torch. Oh. Alright.
Θηρίου εδόθημο παραγίγνεσαι τάχα.
Yep, sticky guns are still overpowered.
My second cousin once bought some ointment from that Smithos, and the next day her cat disappeared.
Oh yeah. I think I have one of those.
I remember them being super overpowered in 2. You stick them to their critical spot, and the way this game's criticals work, we can just mutilate.
Huh?
Alright, so you got poison someone and then start beating him with a torch.
Ego stand up, Dividolor!
Alright, should I take the shield guy?
Do you have to beat him with a torch or kill him with a torch?
Let's kill him with the torch.
So you couldn't hit him with a normal weapon and then
No, I
finish him with
could.
a torch?
Jeez, just...
Just trying to help.
Well, no, as I was in a corner.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could do that. I just thought it would be... Didn't think it would be that difficult.
Prove he's cursed. Nothing does.
Latini disciplinam vis.
Le tu! E non movere! Sit calche, capitis! Qui mamita!
Okay.
Sword.
Oh, nope, switch to a sword. Oh, I rolled 34, I don't care then.
Οή, της μείζωνος αφροσύνης.
Non expecto lucrarum premia prostercore civium funeste incesus.
I curse. I don't know.
Got it. Right. That was over design. Now sell 100 chickens at once and take one photo in 5 different territories. I should have 100 trinkets by now, since I have not sold them the entire game.
$80,000 gold.
I'd say it's about 100. I can see, what, 10, 15, 12, 12, 13, 16, 12, 12, 12.
Mm-hmm.
10. I mean, that's 100. I sure hope it is. I'm just gonna use a calculator real quick. Plus 10, plus 8, 11, plus 12, plus 2, plus 3, plus 7, plus 8, plus 9, plus 2, plus 7, plus 12. Okay, we're already over 100. I have 345 trinkets. Alright. So the specifics for what does it specifically do? Wizard shops such as the Weaver Blacksmith, and sell all the trinkets while pressing and holding down to sell all unnecessary items. I'd seen that before and was like, I'm not going to touch that. So do this, and then I play Pokemon Snap, and then I get the Platinum. Also, I gotta go Zipline, so I have the 100% after that.
Mm-hmm.
Greetings, greetings.
So, maybe something to look at. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Bye for now.
Alright, so that was that trophy. Now, where's some good places to take pictures in? I mean, top of the mountain would probably be a good one. We all want it to overlook. I mean, the pyramids would be nice. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Overlooking the pyramids, and then like
your son's grave.
Oh, that would all, yeah. Does he have an actual grave, or is it just this thing at the... Okay, well, wait. Oh, no. Okay, think. Pictures. How many pictures have I taken? Because I think I've actually taken 3 of them, not 2. My photos. Oh. Because I took one, I just remembered I took a picture of the, so here's one of the cats. I took one at the same place you took one. I took one in the desert because it was the, or did I? Because it was, the Final Fantasy 15 Easter egg. Yeah, there it is. Because I took a picture of the wall. So I have 3. Okay, so I'll go to my son's grave, I'll take a picture. If that triggers it, then that's a nice one. And if it doesn't, then I'll take a picture of the pyramids. That's I feel like that's a nice middle ground.
Be careful now. Hey.
Do I? I must be careful now. These are like level 2. Level 55. Oh, it'll be like that episode of Sword Art where they're just beating the crap out of Kirito and then nothing's happening. His health goes down a little bit and then it just jumps back up.
Yeah, like the pistol I'm using, the sticky one. It's Stuck TNT increases damage by 35% each. And it has 2-shot for time, so it's pretty good. I'd like to get a rifle with that effect on it.
How do I go down? Change angle. Okay. That did not trigger it. Okay, so pyramids. There's like a mountain range right next to the pyramids.
Dance till you're dead.
Right there. I don't want to. I don't want to dance till I'm dead. Dance. Borderlands 2 VR?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's no multiplayer? Ugh.
Nope, that's why I didn't get it. And I feel like farming bosses and that would get nauseating.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I should get a good outfit on. Get my horse up there. This is just gonna be me doing the other platinum I got. Taking pictures. Japan. What's the name of that? Yeah.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima.
The Ghost of Sushi.
The Ghost of Tsushima.
On spellcast, increase ability damage by 6% for 10 seconds. My ability is spellcast. What's that do?
Oh yeah, they patched all the good exploits for Borderlands 2 VR.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to get 0 to level 31 if you want to get the platinum. Because there's no more exploits. I forget that. I play that. They made a new Joe and Mac Caveman Ninja. The game that Game Grumps played. They have played a lot of games. But it was like a Super Nintendo game. I'm not gonna know something. Could you like not? Thanks. Anyways. Oh, what are you down there? We should be up here.
dun, 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 dun. Ooh, 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 wow, wow. Coo.
No, okay, so what's a good outfit? His gear, outfit. I mean, I'm sure do the his assassin outfit. It's a good one. And the hood. I mean, out of the hood up. Uh. Oh no. Okay, I should idle for a little bit so that he has the bird with him. Because she's the main character. Hey, stop!
Huh?
He was walking away. The camel was walking away. Fine. If you don't want to be in the picture, then don't be in the picture then.
Hey, you bail. It's not even quick.
Maybe that's a good point. Maybe if I switch.
Can't you like make him take poses while you're in photo mode?
I don't think the horse.
Well, just I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, doesn't time stop if you use photo mode?
Oh yeah, but I want the bird to be here.
That's what I'm saying. I think you can summon get the horse where you want it, and then go into photo mode and use a pose to make the bird there.
Whoa.
Okay, I'll try.
Just don't take a picture. What's up? It's on your shirt. The bottom. It fell off. It was hair.
Edit mode. Filters. I don't think so. I can only do these. And then edit mode is like the brightness. It's gonna throw a lot of noise on there. Turn saturation almost all the way out. I'm just gonna say that that's the bird in the sky. So I could turn that noise
Oh my
off.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What? Oh.
Check stream.
Warlock's frayed vestments of outlook arms? Oh, it's due. Or maybe I'm behind. That's probably what it is.
I don't know what's special about it, but Must have a gimmick. It's an orange.
I haven't gotten there yet. I mean, I assumed it was an orange. It's a shame we don't have the claptrap thing. Or no, we have the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Pact of Echoes.
Yep. Randomly from any suitable loot source, but has an increased chance from Zomboss.
Oh,
What's it do?
2% chance to reflect bullets and arrows while warded. And it seems like it's gotta have like another thing.
When depleted, sends out 3 skulls to seek out and damage nearby enemies.
Nice.
Sweet.
Okay, I'm ready to take the picture.
Bursting magic barrage of light.
Should I put like a weird filter on it? No. I hate all of these filters. What do you think?
Looks like a good picture. I don't see the filters really.
Well, I turned them all off. I was just like, I went through all of them and they're all trash. I want to see that the bird is above the pyramid. That's her. Okay.
Good bird. Kill the bird.
Trophy?
My first legendary. It's a shield. I'll tell Daniel.
Tell Daniel? Okay.
Started a solo character so that I could grind bosses we've already beat, and I got an orange shield.
Okay. Is there like a gimmick to this? Am I not like understanding?
Maybe it's supposed to be different areas.
No, because it's supposed to be 5 different, and so it's like there's one here in Shakara Gnome. I just took one in Giza. There's one in here, so that's 3. I took one with the cats here. That's 4. And then I took one in Siwa. That's 5. There's someone. Look at the trophy guy.
So it looks like every time you quit out and come back in, the vending machines are different.
Hmm. I mean, that makes sense.
Which I could have swore wasn't a thing in the other games.
That seems like that would have been a thing in other games. I guess I'll take another photo.
Another one.
I guess Alexandria. I'll take a picture in Alexandria.
Oh, dropped another orange.
Another one?
Yeah, because I'm just farming this ball. It's a... It's an armor for classes that we don't use.
Oh. Black collar. And spell shot.
Yeah, but it's only one, +1 to 1 skill on spell shot.
Oh.
And I'll take it and put it in a bank, but...
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Get out of the way.
Hey, what are you doing?
Welcome.
There we go. Reporter. Earned them all. Alright. Let's go to C9.
You found it! My flamingo foot! It brings me good fortune! This area is off limits.
Quisentiam incorpore, et illos! Latiri disciplina vis!
Quemas modo
Non te ha!
Facite nunc! Nunc!
Quello proibere!
Oh.
This way! Acuta quisentiam incorpore et illos. Lanius Deus tibi.
Alright.
No, no, the orange drop. It is a melee weapon. The frying pan of the remorseless.
Nice.
This place is heavily guarded.
Reduces, it's a PUBG reference. Reduces bullet and projectile damage from the rear by 90% while holstered.
While holstered?
Yeah, so like while it's on your back.
That's pretty funny.
Because that's the PUBG thing. Frying pan on your back would block bullets.
Yeah.
It is ice. Frying pan. While melee attack, you gain 90% chance to reflect incoming bullets. And a 50% chance while holstered. Melee attacks restores 3.6% of your actions to cooldown. Yeah, got a frying pan. I can swing it and send bullets back.
Adderall?
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Where did it go? There it is. It spooked at me.
This is be nice and she'll let me kill you. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Let me go check on Maru's Razor. Maroon's Razor. Maru's Dagon.
Crazy.
Wow, it looks great. I'm ready to have a 1% chance to instantly kill you. We need Sandy on that side. But it still looks great.
Zip it off.
Huh?
Perform 3 assassinations from the zip line. Oh. Crap, how long would it take to do this? Oh, well, I mean, let's find out. Okay. Quit the title screen.
Ow. I'm A-okay.
Nice.
Totally didn't just stab myself in the hand.
Good. Because that'd be bad.
That'd be stupid. Only an idiot would do that again.
Yeah.
It's not like the handle of Maru's Dagon that has like 4 spikes coming off of it. Wait, how does this mount to the handle? This doesn't look right. This knife looks like it sucks.
Well, there's a reason behind that. A content created by Egyptologists and hundreds of images sourced from museums and libraries around the world. We hope to share with you the passion that inhabited us the 4 years it took to develop Assassin's Creed Origins.
Welcome to Discovery Tour by Assassin's Creed, Ancient Egypt.
Did it thank you?
No. But there are 3 trophies for the tour.
Ow! Sorry, Izzy. Didn't mean to touch your head.
You did.
Amazing. Frying pan best item. That's pretty good, you know? Just a 90% damage reduction from behind.
I'm playing
And
this
if you're
Aya.
swinging it, it's from the front.
Welcome to Alexandria, planning of the city. Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey. There is, in front of Egypt, in the sea with many swells, an island called Pharos. Guided by these clues, Alexander the Great founded his future city at the western end of the Nile Delta.
That's
Oh,
cool.
it makes a bonk noise when you swing it.
I didn't know that.
Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges.
What were the
Too
people already
difficult to
living there?
access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone soil prevented the growth of healthy crops. However, due to the influence of his mentor Aristotle, Alexander the Great recognized that the true value was its strategic emplacement. Alexander knew that in controlling Pelusium to the east, Memphis to the south, and his crowning glory Alexandria to the west, he would create a triangular stronghold, allowing him to control the entire delta while giving him access to the Mediterranean. The Great Walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were forced to use flour instead. Clouds of migrating birds swept down and ate the flour, erasing the plans. This prompted Alexander to seek guidance from the oracles, who reassured him that his future city was destined to feed a large population. Excavations led by Mahmud Bey al-Falaki in the 19th century revealed that the wall enclosure measured approximately 5.2 kilometers in length and 2.2 kilometers in width. It was roughly 9 meters in height. These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian, and this only after 8 months of relentless assault. Alexandria's principal architect, Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid maximized functionality, with wide, straight roads and canals running beneath them. Alexander recognized the military value of the city's design. The wide, parallel streets gave him optimal surveillance of the city, while allowing the unobstructed flow of troops.
Dude, this is actually pretty cool.
What is it just history?
It's just history. Talking about the history of Alexandria.
Dude, like, they put a lot of actual work to try to make the games correct.
This thoroughfare acted as an unobstructed link.
And I think they have these for like the next 3 games.
Many of the streets were bordered
to watch
with
the
grand
ones
buildings and parks,
including
Canonic Street.
Yeah,
its impressive gate.
They have this one for this one, the next one, in Valhalla. Because I'd seen trophies being added for the Valhalla one.
Go ahead and buy the Valhalla second DLC
Alexandria
thing.
was most likely built upon an already existing Egyptian
Oh
village.
yeah, before
Upon its completion,
Even though I already have the season pass,
reviled the city, refusing to call it by its founder's name.
they came out with
Instead,
another
they called
DLC.
it Raked,
It was
the
after
building,
that. It was
as a mark of
supposed
distinction,
to be
which was
huge,
later
and yeah,
Hellenized
it's
into
15 gigs.
Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain.
first visit.
Well, I have Valhalla discs, but isn't it one of the free games?
Yeah. Because I think I have it installed. Is it really? When does it say it expires? Jesus, Odyssey on that too? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna be able to do that. I'll just have to borrow yours. Yeah. Yeah, because like I'm not. I would have to jump into Odyssey like right now. I don't want to do that. Yeah, but you can play. It has you as Aya. That's pretty cool.
I think the game's only like 19 something right now on its own. Or 13 something. I can't tell. I can't see the top of my screen because it's like videos pop broadcasting my phone, so I can't see where it's got the price listed.
Hey, I think you're installing something, aren't you?
It all downloaded that. Hold on, I'll pause it.
The oldest mummies recovered date from the Old Kingdom, though Egyptologists believe that mummification was in use much earlier than that.
Is it better?
At first, the body was mummified through
it was auto-downloading the
Valhalla by leveraging the dryness of the environment and the heat of the climate. Early experimentations in mummification were conducted with the use of resin made from tree sap. Strips of linen were only used on some superficial parts of the epidermis of the hands or jaw.
Help! I've been turned into a vending machine.
Ideologically, the will to preserve the body is not explained in any way until 3600 BCE. This is when the Egyptian belief that the body housed the soul was finally documented for modern Egyptologists to eventually decipher. It was not until the arrival of the myth of Osiris in the Egyptian religion around the 5th dynasty that mummification was thoroughly conceptualized. The practice was thereafter grounded in both a mythological and ideological point of view.
I've passed this up.
Osiris was mainly known as the god of the dead and the god of resurrection.
Yeah, I haven't even gone to
the most
boss
well-known Genesis myth concerning Osiris is that of his dismemberment.
Just from farming. You looking at me, you wee crumpet?
It is Plutarch who gives the most simplified and complete summary of the story. Within Egyptian mythology, Osiris represented the first king to rule Egypt.
Right off maxed out intelligence.
His brother Seth attempted to usurp his throne. After several unsuccessful attempts, Seth succeeded in killing his brother by dismembering him and scattering the pieces of his body all over Egypt. Isit, the Great of Magic, traveled all over Egypt in search of the pieces of her husband's body. After a long search, she recovered all the pieces save for his manhood, as it was eaten by a fish.
Good girl, Izzy. Good girl.
Isit then reassembled the body of her husband by binding it together with strips of linen. Aided by her sister Nephthys, another powerful magician, they gave Osiris the breath of life. This not only brought him back from the dead, but also allowed him to recover his virility long enough to impregnate Isit, thus ensuring his succession before, once more, dying. Thus Horus was born. The ritual used to bring Osiris back to life essentially depicts how he became the first mummy. It is why, on the sarcophagi of kings, we often find Isit and Nephthys represented as the magicians who restore life to the deceased.
I like the idea that it's like, yeah, they have the entire game, and there's no enemies this time, and you just go around and you learn history. Oh, who plays other characters? Oh, I don't want to play as Julius Caesar. Jeez, there's so many people who can play as. Actor. Oh, he plays the kid? He plays Chima? He plays Layla? And William Miles? I guess he's in the game.
Who?
William Miles?
Yeah, Desmond's dad. Nice. Really check, make sure that print's working instead of just blindly trusting it.
True.
Looks like it's working.
Tours. The mummies of ancient Egypt.
The 20-hour print, I think it's like, it's just going to be done in 4 days and 22 hours. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. It does that like all the time. It's because I think it does. It's like, okay, well, the layer that we're on is going to take this much time, and there's this many layers. They should all take the same amount of time. No,
no.
The base is so much bigger. And it's just like, panic.
Welcome to Mummies of Ancient Egypt.
A queer country.
The mummification process used by ancient Egyptians was highly ceremonial in nature. The different types of mummification took into account the social level and richness of the deceased and even included animals. The most expensive was that reserved for the pharaoh and the royal family, as well as some of the wealthiest members of the court. The first step was cleaning. Once bodies arrived at the mummification site, they were placed on inclined tables while the bodily fluids drained away. They were then cleansed by
And the
priests
skulls that
until
fly
they were
off
deemed
of
ready
me
for the purification process.
also shoot at them.
Oh, they have like little, not bullets, but projectiles.
Little, yeah. They're pretty great.
The purification of the body began with a libation from sacred water. The priest then fumigated the body.
I tried
with
farming
paraffin
the
resin.
mechanical dragon head thing.
After
He
the
was hard to
ritual
farm
cleansing,
because the
priests
dragons were
used
flying
oils,
around.
spices,
Yeah.
and all kinds of essences to further purify the body of the deceased. Finally, all body hair was meticulously removed.
And the part where you had to put the bomb on its head is really annoying. When you're waiting for it to let you put the bomb on and the dragons are flying around shooting at you.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure who else I can really farm other than Zomboss.
Once
And
the body
Ribula.
was
Ribula
properly
just kept giving me like
purified, embalmers
white
removed
drops
the
though,
organs,
even now.
following very specific
Yeah.
procedures. First, the brain was extracted by inserting a spoon through the nostril to break the ethmoid bone. Then, using a spatula, the pieces of the brain were removed as thoroughly as possible. What matter remained was extracted after a process of liquefaction, achieved through the use of a caustic liquid. The cranial box, once emptied, was rinsed and disinfected with palm wine, and then stuffed with strips of linen cloth and liquefied resin. After taking care of the brain, embalmers made an incision on the left flank and carefully set aside the viscera. The inside of the body was also rinsed with palm wine. Then the embalmers filled the belly with pure myrrh, cinnamon, and other perfumes, and sewed it shut. The removed viscera were washed in palm wine and packed in crushed herbs before being placed in canopic jars.
And a few times I think this blanket might be a bit too big. But isn't that a nice thought to have as a person who's 6 foot tall?
Yeah. I struggle with that.
Canopic jars were placed close to the sarcophagus
That's a life goal.
or kept in a chest nearby.
Dude, this was $10.
At first, the viscera were wrapped in tissue and placed in the vases.
I need more.
As the ritual requirements became
another
more
weed
elaborate,
blanket.
ointments,
Your
spices,
autism
and
blanket?
even water and nature
Dude,
were added to the process.
I haven't used it in so long, and I
Me too.
need to. I can feel it calling out to me.
It's calling out like an anvil to be placed on you.
Canopic jars assumed the appearance of the 4 sons of Horus. They were known as the protectors
I remember
of the viscera.
getting like
These
water,
protectors had their own
like
guardians,
gallon water
each
jug,
a
and putting it
goddess
on
of
my
the dead.
blanket.
Imseti, the human-headed god,
On like on the
protected
side of my
liver
blanket,
and was protected by the
so that I could like
goddess
roll
Iset.
in it.
Happy,
Keep
the
it on you.
moon-headed
off.
god, protected
Yeah.
the lungs and was protected by the goddess Nephthys. Dumakef, the jackal-headed god, protected the stomach and was protected by the goddess Neith. And finally, Kebesenuef, the falcon-headed god,
Kebesenuef.
protected the intestines and was protected by the goddess Selket. Natron is a naturally occurring mineral found in
That
evaporite.
smells funny.
These sedimentary rocks are made up of mineral salts and were generally mined from lake beds in Egypt. Embalmers used natron as a desiccant to dry the flesh and stop the corpse's putrefaction process. Once the body was cleansed and eviscerated, the deceased was covered in natron for about 40 days. Once desiccated, the body was prepared to be wrapped in strips of linen.
Dude, natron, do not get that on your skin.
Of course not. It does that to your skin.
It's so bad. It's so bad for you.
Once the body was fully desiccated by the natron treatment, embalmers oiled, painted, and sometimes even added hair extensions or a wig. They often used a henna-based antiseptic preparation to give the body a more colorful and lively appearance while preparing it to resist molds and fungi. Next came the phase which gave mummies their most well-known appearance, the wrapping. Originally, each part of the body was wrapped separately. Men had their arms crossed on their chests, while women had the right arm folded over their breasts and the left arm stretched along the body. However, techniques evolved over time. Eventually, the body as a whole was wrapped with limbs alongside the body, and increasingly sophisticated and different techniques of weaving flax bands were developed. In addition to the jewelry and amulets arranged on the skin of the deceased,
level
amulets
19.
were also carefully inserted into the weaving of the linen strips. Each amulet was linked to a myth, or to an ideological belief related to rebirth. Masks were an important part of a mummy's finery. Early wooden funeral coverings were very expensive, however, and soon replaced by masks created through a technique known as cartonnage. Masks fashioned with this method were created by laying several layers of linen or papyrus pulp on a base made of mud or straw. Cartonnage was used for more than funerary masks. Ornaments and the animal coffins of the late period were also made in such a fashion. Cartonnage evolved to cover the entire body of the mummy during the 22nd dynasty. The mummies were placed on a board inside a rigid envelope, which was laced at the back with a string.
Or don't.
Extremely cost-effective and
I'm not
visually
going
pleasing,
to.
this technique was very
Okay.
popular through all layers of the society.
It's for the best.
I don't have that power. I am not a priest.
Cartonnage envelopes
the
were
best.
usually covered with inscriptions and
Yeah, I'm
polychrome
not a priest, yeah.
decorations, specifying the
They have to
names
move
and
you around
titles
like
of
a
the
killer
deceased,
whale.
scenes depicting daily life, or decorations
What?
specific to the funerary world.
You know, when a killer whale
This was a true
kills a
gift for
trainer, they
Egyptologists
move it to
eager to
another
study the funerary
aquarium.
rites of the ancient
and
Egyptians.
act like it didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Like cops.
Same thing with, yeah, like Catholic priests.
That too.
Once the mummy was properly wrapped and adorned, the embalmers proceeded with the ceremony of the opening of the mouth. A vital step of the funerary process, this ceremony was meant to bring back to life the deceased themselves, or an object representing the deceased. There were no less than 75 different stages for the opening of the mouth. It required the application of the same oils, ointments, spices, and perfumes used during the mummification process. Makeup was sometimes part of the process as well. The last stage of this long ritual was the act of touching the mouth with the adze to symbolically allow the breath of life to infuse an inert body. Its performance was reserved for a very specific set of people. Priests who wore the mask of the god Anubis, a close relative of the family, or by the heir to the throne.
Although when looking from ghost to ghost. I don't want to brag. I want to I still only got 2 out of 4 full game purchases.
Oh, yeah. Me too? Or Todd, Tyler.
It's better this way. I'm proud of us. We've shown a lot of self-control.
And also, it's because like so many of the games are just on the Game Pass.
Yeah, it's a lot.
To the importance of mummies.
So start taking Valhalla off.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, it's the newest one, and I was really surprised they put it on there, but
Appeared in
still,
pyramid
I've
texts
already
of
put it
the Old
on there.
Kingdom. It is likely that embalming was a trade that progressed alongside the evolution of ancient Egyptian funeral practices. While we still know nothing of how embalming came to be a profession, we do know that embalmers had a hierarchy, and that each embalmer specialized in a specific phase of the mummification process. The mummification techniques were jealously guarded by embalmers from generation to generation. Despite their efforts, Herodotus and Diodorus discovered their methods in late antiquity, but historians were skeptical about the validity of the texts. It remained a mystery until 2 teams of modern medical legal scientists confirmed the process in 1994 and again in 2011. The Uabet, meaning the pure place, was where the embalmers mummified the bodies of the deceased. Until the end of the Middle Kingdom, it was located in tents at the edges of the city due to the smell of decomposition. In the New Kingdom, however, the Uabet was located within the city limits, though still in open-air spaces. In the same way that the practices and techniques of mummification evolved, so possibly did consideration towards embalmers within ancient Egyptian society.
Let's switch characters. How about William Miles?
The pharaoh had access to the most elaborate jewels. The richer citizens of Egypt also enjoyed complex. The body was dried, the seal was removed, and the entrails flowed out with the injected liquid, leaving the skin and bones of the deceased to be wrapped in linen and returned to the family for burial. The least costly embalming option was for the embalmers to simply inject a product called surmaya and immerse the body in the natron for up to 40 days before handing it over to the family. For all those who could not afford any embalming process, desert burials offered a pauper's alternative to preserve the bodies of the dead.
Got Gimu.
Egyptian civilization has always appealed to Westerners, even before the Greek and Roman invasions. As early as the Middle Ages, mummies discovered by travelers were often sent back to Europe. Curio cabinets, dating from the 16th and 17th centuries, usually included pharaonic artifacts in their collections. The Egyptomania phenomenon was heralded by Napoleon Bonaparte's Egyptian campaign, which lasted from 1798 to 1802. The following years were marked by a resurgence of interest from rich enthusiasts and scholars who exposed Egypt to the general populace. Many research societies focusing on Egyptology
Might
were
stop
founded
grinding
during
when I
those
get to
years.
20.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my
By
fault this is working.
1868, mass tourism began in Egypt under the aegis of the Cook Agency. The rich would indulge in leisure trips to Egypt and bring back mummies. Upon their return, they would organize evenings that consisted of unpacking mummies and removing strips of linen and amulets layer by layer. These were considered the shining cultural events of the season. The Egyptian collections of many a museum were founded as a consequence of this mass pillaging.
Oh. Oh, I understand.
Thanks to those dubious parties, the fantasy of a mummy coming back to life, seeking revenge on its defilers, was born. The mummy malediction myth has remained steady in popular culture ever since, particularly in written media and cinema.
Welcome to Amulets and Rituals. Ancient Egyptians believed the world was a chaotic place, filled with supernatural forces. They knew that art and words gave life and power to things. Carved with images from hieroglyphs or in the shapes of gods, amulets were highly personal objects that warded off dangers and disease while attracting success. Some amulets were temporary, intended to solve a specific problem, while others were meant to be worn forever into the
Level 20
afterlife.
trophy.
Priests would infuse amulets with magical energy during religious ceremonies, imbuing them with protective magic to safeguard against supernatural powers. The wealthiest of Egyptians could obtain a divinely ordained pendant in which was hidden a magic formula inscribed on a piece of papyrus. It would act as a unique spell tailored to the owner. Religion was so important to ancient Egyptians that it permeated every aspect of their daily lives. Since water was the source of life and had the symbolism of purifying the body and the soul, all daily routines began with ablutions. Personal prayers to the gods were sometimes written or spoken, with family prayers passed down through generations.
Back to Brighthoof. Throw some stuff in the bank.
There was a complete calendar of each of the religious days, both good and bad. Mummified animals, cats for Bastet, dogs for Anubis, and birds for Thoth. Deemed messengers of the gods, oracles offered guidance and judgment for all Egyptians, regardless. Crucial advice was offered on everything from day-to-day farming management to a pharaoh's decision on whether to start a war. If the accused refused the judgment of the god, another god could be consulted in hopes of a more favorable reply. It was oracles that guided the Greek sailor Batos to the coast of Libya, founded a colony known as Cyrene.
Face tattoo though.
During Alexander the Great's campaign to conquer Persia, he consulted the
Helm
oracle
of
at the Temple of
Courage.
Amun within the
Face
oasis of
tattoo.
Siwa. Being.
Reading eyeshadows.
Welcome to Temples and Rituals of Ancient Egypt. During rituals and festivals, the god was carried on a solar barge between the areas of a temple or the temples of different cities. Funerary carvings and paintings covering thousands of years, as well as the Book of the Dead, depict the same ship and ore design. Solar barges have been uncovered near or within several pharaohs' tombs. They were intended to carry the pharaoh into the afterlife. Ancient Egyptians believed that Ra, the sun god, traveled the skies in a boat known as the solar barge. The solar barge was believed to cross over to mythological lands. The god Ra believed mankind was conspiring against him. He ordered Sekhmet, the lion-headed war goddess, to kill all humans. To his chagrin, Ra quickly realized that with all humans gone, there would be no one left to worship him. In order to stop the rampaging Sekhmet, beer was brewed and dyed red with pomegranate juice to resemble blood. Sekhmet drank every drop of the brew she could find, eventually passing out drunk.
Gotta
When she
remember to use
awoke,
my coupons
she was
before I
calmer,
expire.
and her lion visage had changed into Bastet. The Festival of Drunkenness was celebrated in honor of that myth. Unlike the daily rituals that took place in the temple and were performed by priests, festivals allowed the entire population of the city to participate. Festivals helped mark the passing of the seasons in the agricultural calendar. In reflecting the cycles of life, festivals offered a sense of consistency and structure for the regular citizens, thus reinforcing the sense of order that pharaohs were to provide for the citizens of Egypt as part of their godly duties. The importance of these festivals is demonstrated by their longevity. Records show that Osiris festivals occurred for more than 2,000 years. Some festivals serve to reinforce state control and promote the king's reign. Both the Opet and Sed Jubilee festivals were specifically intended to celebrate the renewal of the king's power.
Campaign completed, celebrating 20 years of Ratchet and Clank.
The temple hierarchy consisted of high priests, several types of priests,
well, I finally gave it to you.
and servants. The high priest was
Play
known
any
as the
PS4
prophet.
game. Cool.
Some divinities had up to 4 prophets, and they were the
PS4,
ones to perform
PS5 game.
the most
Yeah,
advanced
I'm
and
glad it
complex
finally
rituals.
gave it to me. Good lord.
Egyptian priests were not confined to solely religious tasks, and in fact had crucial roles in Egypt's administration, most of which served to reaffirm the pharaoh as the proper vessel for the gods. Their focus within the temple was centered on the proper conduct of daily divine rituals, rather than as custodians of dogma or the indoctrination of individuals. Scribes were custodians of the sacred sciences. Some priests were associated with the funeral rites and were considered the group with medical knowledge. The servants of the Ka were low-ranking priests who carried food and offerings in funerary rituals. Lector priests were distinguished by their ability to read, and their main duty was to recite specialized religious texts in both temple and funerary rituals.
That was a mistake.
Priests and all the officials who served the temple worked
Nickelodeon
only 2
had a
months year,
Halloween
with each
contest
period
called
separated
Nick
by
or
a quarter
Treat.
of inactivity, at least within the temple
Ooh.
compound. Each outgoing group
Yeah.
handed over the temple and their tools to the newcomers.
A lot of people
Only
called
the high
in.
priesthood remained in permanent office within the
Yeah.
temple.
Yep.
Whoopsie.
The most sacred part of the temple was referred to as Jesser Jesseru, the Holy of Holies. The most sacred inner sanctuary was where the shrine to the temple deity was located.
Comedy's
Only
about to
priests
commit
were
armed
allowed within.
slobbery.
Offerings were given, and rituals unseen by even the pharaoh were performed. While the team chose to allow any character access to this space in some game temples, normally it was reserved for priests alone. Pharaohs and their priests often chose the site of these sacred temples because of some mythological connection or an alignment with the cardinal points and certain stars. Once selected, a foundation ritual was performed. The pharaoh was required to complete 10 steps in the ritual, which required a mix of offerings as well as specific construction techniques. Once the temple was complete, construction of the chamber containing the shrine, or naos, began. The naos was where the god statue stood. The representation of the deity was usually in stone or wood and decorated with gold, silver, and precious stones. Smaller temples had only one naos, while larger complexes, such as the Temple of Karnak, had many chambers to honor gods, such as Amun, Ptah, and Osiris. Each statue was believed to be a receptacle for the presence or essence of the god's Ka, enabling it to take a physical form. Through the statue, the god came to the shrine to eat, drink, and communicate with the pharaoh, or with the priests standing in for the pharaoh.
Welcome to Temples and Priests. From its foundation, the city of Memphis favored worship of the god Ptah. The main temple of Ptah was known as Hutkaptah, meaning Palace of the Ka of Ptah. The name of the temple, translated into Greek as Aegyptos, would eventually evolve into the modern name Egypt. Temples were the center of religious, political, and economic life in ancient Egypt. These sacred places were viewed as the literal home of the gods and goddesses. As such, every aspect of them required care and reverence, all of which was accomplished through elaborate ritual. Located in the center of Memphis, the Temple of Ptah was the most prominent and imposing building in the city. The long walkway leading toward the temple, known as the Dromos, was guarded by rows of sphinxes. The entire sacred area was designed to keep the statue of the god protected, deep within the sacred enclosures that surrounded it. The dromos opened into a courtyard, with the surrounding portico graced with columns carved to resemble palm trees. During special festivals, the general population was allowed to enter this location, but under no circumstances would they be allowed into the sacred spaces beyond the courtyard. The Memphis Alabaster Sphinx was discovered in 1912, almost completely buried in water and sand. 8 meters in height and weighing in at roughly 90 tons, it is still mounted on its original pedestal. Though it is called the Alabaster Sphinx, it was in fact carved from common calcite rock, which is similar in appearance and texture to alabaster. Erosion has destroyed the original engravings, making it difficult to determine when it was created. Egyptologists believe that its facial likeness resembles Amenhotep II, and so it could have been sculpted somewhere between 1700 and 1400 BCE. It is believed that this monument once stood outside of the Temple of Ptah and was integrated into subsequent extensions to the complex. The size of the imposing sculpture reflects the importance it had to the temple during the New Kingdom. This Sphinx is one of the few remaining artifacts from the ruins of Memphis to survive. In Egyptian culture, some animals were associated with gods, while others were considered to be living gods. The Apis bull was believed to be a divine entity. The earliest mention of the Apis bull in ancient Egypt goes back as far as the first Egyptian dynasty. Originally the symbol of fertility, the Apis bull was linked to the god Ra, with the image of the sun carried between its horns. Later it was associated with Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, thus becoming the funerary divinity Osiropis. During the 18th dynasty in Memphis, the Apis bull's association with the city's deity earned it the title Herald of Ptah. The Apis bull was so revered that even Alexander the Great, upon his arrival in Memphis, gave honor to Apis. The Apis bull lived with its harem in a sacred barn located in an enclosure in the Temple of Ptah. Each bull bore 29 signs representative of its divinity. Among them, the bull had an eagle-shaped mark on its back, a double tail hair, and a scarab-shaped mark under the tongue. The signs were intended to correspond with the lunar cycle. After its death, Egyptians would search
Are you
for its
educated?
reincarnated form among
Yes.
the livestock.
No, it's the cow that was like, I'm a cow, I have a hat on.
Yeah.
And then the dude said
Like
something
other
to it and it
living
just
divinities,
collapsed.
The mortal incarnation
Yeah,
of the
because they were
Apis bull
they
was
they
prayed to,
had been
and when it
poisoned.
died, it was
Yeah.
given a luxurious funeral, which included mummification. Until the reign of Ramses II, the Apis bulls were buried in individual graves in Saqqara. During the 26th dynasty, the bodies of the bulls were buried in enormous stone vats in the underground corridors of the Serapeum of Memphis. Ancient Egyptians believed that temple rituals were essential to maintain order in the cosmos and allow communication between humans and gods. The pharaoh was required to bring offerings as part of a twofold promise made to the gods. to remain a just ruler and to prevent chaos from entering Egypt. Details of the ceremonies found on temple walls provide a thorough overview of the stages of the daily ritual. Performed 3 times a day to mirror human mealtimes, each step of the highly symbolic ceremony was accompanied by specific recitations, many of which referred to mythical events. The high priest would first awaken the sleeping god with a chant. Then the seals of the shrine's doors were broken and the bolts drawn back. The act of swinging open the doors was a symbolic gesture where sight was granted to the deity. The priest would then bow and kiss the ground. The god was then washed with incense-infused water and its mouth rinsed with mineral salts. The cleansing was followed by adorning the statue with jewels and royal garments. The final ritual required the priest to sweep away any footprints in order to prevent evil from approaching the god. Heredity was the primary source of new recruits. Rarely was an outsider allowed this position. At the top of the temple hierarchy was the high priest. Each temple dedicated to a god had at least one high priest devoted to its care and service. During the Ptolemaic dynasty, one family held the position of high priest in Memphis for almost 300 years. High priest candidates made their way up the ranks of the temple hierarchy. The one chosen to occupy the lofty position of high priest was usually confirmed by the pharaoh. Several of the high priests were also important officials in the government. Families sharing the highest priesthood titles tended to make many alliances, thereby gaining more land and wealth. Shifting balances of power sometimes resulted in more or less open conflicts between the priesthood and the pharaohs. In the 21st dynasty, Thebes became the capital of an almost entirely theocratic government. The city was headed by king priests who spoke and governed in the name of the god Amun, in open opposition to the ruling pharaohs. These king priests caused a massive decentralization of power, known as the Third Intermediate Period. The educational institution in ancient Egypt was known as the House of Life. Attended by the offspring of the elite and the clergy, it was a place tailored to the social status of its attendees. The earliest references to this type of institution date back to royal decrees of the Old Kingdom.
Good Lord, how much history you got? Egypt only lasted like 30 years or something.
Yeah.
Only 2 known centers have been uncovered.
Yeah.
One in the abandoned city of Akhetaten, and one at the temple of Ramses II on the west bank of Thebes. Inscriptions uncovered in those locations mention the names and titles of people who were connected with the House of Life, such as a chief physician and many scribes. It is presumed that by the late kingdom, every temple had a House of Life.
Yeah, I have to do these 20 tours and then do it as 5 different characters.
I'm just saying, it's a lot of learning.
The House of Life offered training for the elite, destined for occupations such as astronomers, doctors, veterinarians, diplomats, architects, translators, or theologians. Some institutions focused on specific disciplines,
What?
making them a central hub for the country. Not limited to instruction for young students, the House of Life was a source of reference for many scholars, with rooms dedicated to papyri of many disciplines. Because papyri were preserved there, the Greco-Romans referred to the House of Life as a library. Ancient Egyptian economy was based on an unequal system of redistribution of goods. The state of Egypt collected the crops, and the temples distributed them throughout the provinces. Since the only people capable of counting and ensuring a fair redistribution were the educated scribes, this meant that the temples played a pivotal role in this process. There are records of pharaohs making offerings of large tracts of land and animals to temples in order to maintain their favor. Ramses III offered generous gifts to the Temple of Amun in Karnak in such a manner. Palaces, warehouses, and granaries were built inside the temple compound to better control the redistribution of goods. The size of the recorded numbers of goods, combined with every other function filled by temples, only serves to confirm their might as economic, religious, and political centers of power within Egypt.
Polymorph. Wait, doors with at least 5 different characters.
Welcome to Building Ancient Egypt. Constructed with bricks made of mud, most ancient Egyptian buildings were not permanent. Only religious temples and funerary monuments were meant to stand the ravages of time. For these very important structures, Egyptians used limestone, sandstone, and harder materials, such as granite, quartzite, and travertine. These heavy stone blocks were so prized that they were often transported from quarries located hundreds of kilometers away. Limestone was common and easy to extract from quarries on the east bank of the Nile. This particular limestone had marine fossils in it, however, preventing it from being easily decorated and polished. Used as the main building material, the structure would then be finished with a finer limestone that was polished smooth and decorated as needed. Limestone was used for the building of the first pyramids and for most of the religious buildings of the Old and Middle Kingdoms. Ancient Egyptians preferred to use sedimentary rock beds or layers like sandstone and limestone because they were often easier to extract. The common method used to extract stone was the open pit quarry. Stonecutters would find quality stone, shape, and dig it out on site. Open pit quarries enabled many workers to work simultaneously on many blocks, which allowed for better productivity. Workers would draw a large grid directly on the stone's surface, taking care to leave a space between the blocks. This allowed them to isolate the different blocks and create a trench that would make the extraction easier. Stoneworkers used iron chisels for hard rock and bronze or copper tools for softer rocks such as limestone. Removing material between each block created a trench line. In some quarries, that trench was wide enough to accommodate a worker, who would then cut the block entirely on site. For harder rocks like granite, workers cut a series of holes and hammered wooden wedges into them. They then soaked the wood until it swelled and caused the rock to split. The gallery extraction technique was used when the desired rock was buried under layers of rubble. This method was often necessary in order to find the whiter and finer limestone required for a smoother finish. The first step was for the stoneworkers to create an access pit that would allow them to reach the desired wall of stone. Once a wall of quality stone was exposed, workers could then cut out smaller blocks. This pit required a descending platform. Designed like a stairway, it allowed them to free multiple galleries of blocks. To cut the stone, they created a longitudinal kerf, or slit, and then cut the rock at a 90-degree angle. The lower side was determined along the geological layers or by using a horizontal cut. Wooden wedges were inserted in the rock and hammered in. Shock waves were then generated using hammers, fracturing the blocks at the seam. To maintain the stability of these mining pits over the course of quarrying, workers would leave support sections of unexcavated rock. In every quarry, dedicated shrines were established to offer protection for the workers. In particular, Serket, the scorpion goddess, was considered a very powerful deity among quarry workers. Every mine and quarry of ancient Egypt included a scorpion charmer, who was said to use magical powers to ward off the dangerous insects and keep the workers safe.
Welcome to Workers and Transport. Whether workers were employed for the pyramid construction or at the quarries, the government supplied food and housing. Workers for the pyramids and royal necropolises were housed in more permanent villages, such as the famous Deir el-Medina. Quarry workers had more temporary lodgings. All skill levels were needed and utilized, from basic work hands to prepare the gypsum, to brickmakers and sand carriers, to skilled stonemasons to shape the blocks. Skilled architects and engineers were employed year-round, while support labor were often farmers who worked on the quarries or construction during the Nile's flood season. The basic laborers were hardworking and versatile. Many may have been farmers who joined the construction during the off-season. Hieroglyphs found in the work villages listed assigned job titles. Archaeological research shows that no food was stored or prepared on site, but instead workers received abundant rations of bread, beer, and meat. These rations were taken care of by an administration outside the village. Medical treatment was also available for those who were injured. While some quarries were close to the Nile, others were located across the desert and required long expeditions. These expeditions were sanctioned by the state. They involved complex logistics and required many participants. Transporting a block by land meant that workers had to overcome the weight and friction of the load. To solve this, they first dug a track in the ground. This path was sometimes reinforced with rails upon which a sled, used to ferry the blocks, would be pulled. Whenever possible, blocks were toppled from a higher elevation onto the sled. Workers then poured water onto the clay at the front of the sled, creating a slick surface to more easily move the load. It wasn't until the New Kingdom that animals were used to tow the burden. During flood season, the Nile was at its largest and deepest, which allowed the transportation of the heaviest and biggest loads. Quarries close to the river had troughs dug out to deliver the stones to the shoreline. Harbors and wharfs situated at the river's edge allowed the transfer of materials and supplies. Harbor warehouses accommodated additional stocks of stone so that they were available for the winter sailing season. The Iwadi el-Jarf papyri detail a limestone load intended for the Khufu pyramid that weighed in at 70 to 80 tons, or 30 blocks. One papyrus is a fragment from a foreman's notes taken while working on the Great Pyramid. It details the transportation of limestone blocks from the Tura quarries to the construction site of the pyramid. The other papyri are shipping logs containing archives of the sailors assigned to sail the Red Sea and the Nile.
Nice.
Stone cargo generally weighed 15 tons per boat, amounting to roughly 6 or 7 blocks per trip. For heavier loads such as obelisks, monolithic pillars, or gigantic statues, larger boats were used. These transports are the ones typically showcased on temple walls. River transportation was the most efficient way to ferry stone blocks between the quarry and the construction site.
Yeah, it's like...
Blocks were transported by flotillas of several types of boats. The most detailed illustration of transport by river is a relief of Queen Hatshepsut's barge with an accompanying flotilla.
So JoJo Part 7 and 8 are seinen. When he did the reboot after Part 6, he wanted to like make it more adult. Okay? And so I think about all like the adult things that's in JoJo Part 7 and 8, and then remember that technically, Fire Punch is a shonen. Because it was in Shonen Jump.
Welcome to Agriculture and Seasons.
What did he have on the producers?
Dude,
Like he blackmailed them somehow.
To get Fire Punch?
Yeah.
While crops were cultivated in different oases around
Dude,
the
as young
desert,
as he was,
most
too.
of the arable lands were near the Nile. Two types of cereal grain were
Like, as young as he was, getting
barley
something
and
serialized
an
in
ancient
Shonen
wheat known
Jump.
as emmer.
Yeah.
These two key ingredients contributed in establishing bread and beer as the staple of the Egyptian diet and the basis of its economy. The Ptolemaic era created an agricultural revolution with the introduction of advanced agricultural techniques and new grain types such as rice, durum wheat, and pearl millet. The resulting agricultural mass production greatly increased the economy of ancient Egypt. It also prompted the development of storage and transportation, allowing long-distance trade with other regions.
I think some schools had this. It was like just this part
Both bread and beer rations were
of
part of a
Assassin's
system
Creed
of barter payment.
in
The state
like their
used those
classrooms.
goods to pay wages
That'd be
for
cool.
those who worked in the
No, I
quarries
mean
and
it
at the
happened.
construction sites.
Oh, that's cool.
Beer
Yeah.
was so important to ancient Egyptians, they had a goddess of beer brewing, Tenenet. Tenenet is seen in
There's
many
like a
paintings
separate
and
application that
sculptures with
Ubisoft
beer,
made.
and women are depicted as the primary beer makers. In order to increase agricultural production, fertile land was divided into plots and large agricultural villages were encouraged. The state and temples were the biggest landowners. Depending on the region, fertile land was managed by civil servants or rented to individuals. Ancient Egyptians relied on rudimentary tools for land cultivation. Soil was broken down with hoes, and wing plows were used to make furrows. The three seasons known as Akhet, Peret, and Shemu corresponded to a specific phase of the agricultural process and the river's natural changes. Akhet was the time of the flood, beginning with the appearance of the star Sirius in July. Peret was the time when lands were cultivated, plowed, and sown. This fell between October and November. Shemu ran from May to September and was when harvesting and taxation began. The pharaoh's duty was to uphold order against chaos and provide for his people. Priests and local governors also wanted to appear as protectors of the people. However, any variation in the Nile's seasons could cause water shortages. This had devastating consequences on wheat and barley crops. The pharaoh, administrators, and priests knew they needed to demonstrate their ability to prevent such a catastrophe from happening. And so they invented the story, which would be inscribed upon the famine stela. The story begins with the pharaoh worried for his people. The Nile hasn't flooded in years, and his people are starving. In search of the origins of the flooding, Djoser seeks out Khnum, the protector god of the region and the source of the drought. Djoser gives the god offerings and orders his priests to restore the temple of Khnum. These offerings please the god, and the floods are restored. This story was intended to highlight the importance of the deity in everyone's daily lives, while also demonstrating the crucial role that the priests and the king played in feeding and protecting the people of Egypt.
Stella of the famine? Isn't this that rock that recently came uncovered? Because it was like, hey, if you see this, that means
the end is near.
Yeah, or it's like, oh yeah, that the water went down, and it was like, oh hey, starvation, famine.
Mm-hmm.
If you could see this.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Cultivation. The new grain types of the Ptolemaic period required a great deal of water. Farmers needed to ensure they had effective, consistent irrigation. The Nile's rising and receding waters naturally irrigated most of the crops. Areas where the Nile didn't reach, such as gardens and vegetable plots, required an irrigation tool known as the shadoof.
The shadoof?
The shadoof allowed easy transport of water from its source. It consisted of a tall wooden frame with a long pivoting pole and suspended bucket. The system could be raised and lowered with little effort.
The shadoof. Here I thought shadoof was what was said when Shadman got arrested with all that black tar heroin.
Needed animals to turn the wheel, which rotated buckets.
What happened with Shadman? What were you saying?
It was
talking about the shadoof. The way of getting water out of the Nile. And I was like, oh, here I thought shadoof was what happened when Shadman got arrested with all that black tar heroin.
I wonder if he's still in jail.
I don't know, maybe. Hopefully. Keep that man in there.
The threshing process separated the grain from its husk. Workers would spread the ears on clean ground. Oxen, cows, or donkeys were then guided back and forth to trample the grain. This continuous movement worked the grain loose while preventing the animals from eating it. Unwanted chaff and straw were swept away, or gathered and added to the mud used to make bricks, to make them stronger.
Yeah, this thing. The shadoof.
Winnowing was the stage where workers used wooden scoops to throw ears in the air. The wind carried off the chaff, leaving the heavier seeds to fall to the ground. This action was repeated until the undesired materials were sifted out. Grain waste was mixed with manure or other organic substances to produce brick-shaped dung loaves that could be easily burned. A standardized brick size enabled Egyptians to mass-produce this byproduct and use it as a commodity. Transporting large amounts of grain required ships equipped to carry heavy loads. These goods were moved during the Nile's flooding season, when the river was deep enough for large ships. The transports stopped at checkpoints to accommodate customs and police controls, as well as for technical requirements and weather conditions. Having reached Alexandria's inner harbor, the wheat was unloaded under the supervision of a civil servant in charge of wheat management. Portions were distributed to Alexandria's city market, and the remaining stockpile was either exported or stored in warehouses. Grain storage facilities were located across all of Egypt. Temples and institutions had large silos, while individual houses had storage sheds. In some houses, arched cellars were built into the foundations. These watertight chambers were accessible from the ground floor through a trapdoor. Royal granaries acted as the storehouse and distribution centers, and managed state payments to civil servants, soldiers, and the police. Though plastered on the inside, silos weren't completely sealed, and so remained susceptible to mice infestations. When the grain was ready for processing, it was poured into bowls and pounded into a coarse flour. That flour was then passed through a sieve to make it of finer quality and further ground between stones. Ancient Egyptians did not stock flour. Instead, fresh grain was portioned out each time to produce flour as it was needed. The sieves used by ancient Egyptians were unable to filter out sand and stones. Grit often passed into the flour, causing long-term tooth abrasions among all classes of Egyptians.
Ooh. That sand often got into the bread making process, and so everyone's teeth got abrasions on it from eating the sand. Ooh.
Welcome to Domesticated
Animals of Ancient Egypt. Tell me about the cats.
Agriculture and domesticated livestock were introduced 6,000 years ago. Archaeologists have found traces of cattle, donkeys, pigs, and dogs. Dromedary are thought to have been introduced during the Persian invasion. Pets were deeply cherished in ancient Egypt. Many illustrations of children often include a pet in the depiction.
Oh, cat figurine.
One of ancient Egypt's most iconic animals, the cat, wasn't adopted into their daily life until the Middle Kingdom. Since they were so highly capable of killing snakes and rodents, cats were present throughout every period. However, they only became pets sometime during the Middle Kingdom. Prince Thutmose, son of Amenhotep III, had his cat Tamu laid to rest in its own sarcophagi.
Oh. Son of King Amenhotep III, had his cat laid to rest in its own sarcophagi.
The earliest reference to dogs dates back to 5000 BCE. They were popular pets, as they helped hunters and protected herds. They were closely linked to Anubis, the jackal-headed god. Baboons, monkeys, and even falcons were tamed as pets. Each was mummified and buried with as much ceremony as any family member.
Mechanical dog? Sure. Ancient Egyptian medicine.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Medicine. Evidence of advanced medical procedures have been found on mummies, and ancient Egyptians left detailed medical writings from diagnosis to follow-up treatment. One of the oldest known surgical studies is the Edwin Smith Papyrus. It's one of the first documents in history that notes an association between the integrity of the brain and cognitive functions, including cases of ocular complications and paralysis following head trauma. Vinegar-treated marble stone from Memphis was used as an anesthetic. Another similar document, the Ebers Medical Papyrus, is over 20 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. It details treatments of 48 surgical cases and contains 877 paragraphs describing various diseases. Alongside accurate and factual scientific approaches, the papyrus has more than 700 magic formulas and incantations to ward off demons and disease. This demonstrates how ancient Egyptians believed in a harmonious balance between religion and science. Remedies were considered as medicine and carried by doctors and priests. Village doctors often had another job alongside their medical duties and the preparation of medicines. A cure for blindness was made of fermented honey, ochre, and coal. The science behind it was that honey functioned as an antiseptic and antibacterial, while ochre would reduce the swelling. All of their knowledge did not always suffice. Ramses II died of an infection caused by an abscessed tooth.
Ooh. Ramses II died of an infection from an abscessed tooth.
And then took a hammer to him.
He had like 100 kids. Leather and linen in ancient Egypt.
I'm Google sleep.
Alright. You saying this is boring?
Huh?
Okay.
I'm not a Egyptologist, so.
Egyptologist.
Yeah, not optometrist, yeah.
Ophthalmologist.
Yeah, I don't study kaleidoscopes.
Octomologist.
Yeah.
Octopologist. Alright. Good night.
Bye.
Now that square's gone.
Welcome to Leather and Linen in Ancient Egypt.
Heck yeah.
Tanning, a process which dates from prehistoric times, was present although not highly valued in Egypt due to the heat. Leather was reserved mainly for things such as sandals, leather bags, dagger sheaths, quivers, and other similar items. Leopard hides, unlike regular leather, were highly valued and usually worn by priests. Valued for its coolness and freshness in hot weather, linen was the fiber most commonly used for fabrics and textiles. It was produced from flax, which was plentiful in Egypt. Fibers were usually dyed before weaving. While color was used in the production of textiles, dyes weren't commonly used for clothing, and most Egyptians wore white. The color represented spiritual purity, a goal to reach for every day of one's mortal life. Various shades were achieved using woad, a dye produced from the leaves of Isotis tinctoria. The plant was cultivated for this purpose within the Nile Delta and allowed for the creation of various colors. For example, different maceration times of the leaves would result in colors ranging from red to green, while adding in limestone shifted it to blue. During the Greco-Roman period, other ingredients were found, resulting in a wider range of colors.
Dude, it's so cool.
This area's style is strongly influenced by the dye baths and tanneries of modern-day Fes in Morocco. This helped Ubisoft envision what such locations might have been like in ancient Egypt. While this tannery is within the city walls, back then they were often found outside the city boundaries. The tanner's trade was considered off-putting by the Greeks, as all these operations resulted in noxious smells.
That's what that sound was. Ubisoft behind the scenes. Transfer. Alright. Ancient Egyptian fashions.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian fashions. Learning what life was like for ancient Egyptians presents many differences, and yet also surprising similarities to how people might live today. Understanding the daily lives of regular citizens so many thousands of years ago is ultimately what connects us as human beings. Jewelry was a popular item among ancient Egyptians of all social standing. Both men and women wore earrings, rings, and bracelets. Status determined how much jewelry a person wore and what it was made of. Common folk wore pearl necklaces, simple bracelets, and leather bangles. Brightly colored earthenware and glass paste were a favorite enhancement. The jewelry of the elite was made from gold, silver, and other precious stones. Because gold never lost its shine, it was considered akin to the flesh of the gods. Wide jeweled collars were a favorite. Made with rows of beads formed into patterns of animals or flowers, the soft chiming sounds they made were thought to appease the gods. Though idealized, tomb paintings are a catalog of the changing fashions of ancient Egypt from the Old to the New Kingdom. Egyptians took appearance and cleanliness very seriously and were diligent about their fashion, hair, and jewelry as well as their grooming habits. The fabric of ancient Egyptian clothing was almost entirely made from various grades of linen. Linen was commonly white, draped over the body, and cinched at the waist, though some garments were sewn or tailored. Wealthy men wore long tunics, loincloths, or kilts, while poor men only wore loincloths. Women wore long dresses, with differences residing in the quality of the fabric, depending on social status. Egyptians commonly went barefoot, but could also wear sandals made from papyrus fiber or leather. Cosmetics, including concoctions to prevent body odor and bad breath, were an integral part of everyday life for Egyptians. Used by both men and women, cosmetics were used as moisturizing ointments and sun protection as much as for beautification. Red ochre, a natural clay, was the most readily available cosmetic to tint lips and cheeks. Henna was used on nails and lips, and as hair coloring. It was also favored by richer women to decorate their palms and the soles of their feet. Egyptians believed kohl had magical powers, wearing it as black eyeliner to protect their eyes from the sun and to prevent eye infections from particles in the flooded Nile River. A special green kohl, made from ground malachite, was worn for ceremonies and religious rituals. Women and teenage girls wore their hair long and often braided. Wealthier women included carved combs or hairpins. The length of men's hair rarely dropped past the shoulders. They were mostly clean-shaven during the dynastic period, a trend began by the elite and soon adopted by the general populace. Queen Hatshepsut donned an artificial beard when she became pharaoh. Wigs were very popular, used for special occasions or to conceal gray hair or baldness. They were fastened in place with beeswax. The most expensive wigs were made from human hair and reserved for royalty. Other wigs were composed of linen, wool, or animal hair. Prepubescent children generally had their heads shaved. Young girls kept some strands intact, while young boys had a braid worn on the side.
My kingdom for a glass of water.
Welcome to Artisans of Ancient Egypt. It was under the watchful eye of Ptah of Memphis, the god of craft and architecture, that ancient Egyptians developed the unique rendition of the world they lived in. However, it is vital to understand that their view of art, and those who created it, was likely very dissimilar to the modern concept of the word. Instead of artists, the creative culture had skilled and respected artisans. The most significant categories of specialties for crafters were drawing, painting, sculpture, and metalworking. Ancient Egyptian craftspeople created both art and a wide variety of mundane, everyday tools. Every item created had a specific purpose and was produced by anonymous artisans who worked alone or with a team. Most crafts, such as pottery and metalworking, were utilized for everyday items. Luxury goods and artwork illustrations served temple rituals and were not meant for public display. Artisans rarely signed their names to the work, though they were clearly aware that they possessed a unique skill and talent for the task. Art, in all its forms, has offered not only a practical insight into the way ancient Egyptians lived, but in how they viewed the world and their place in it. The balance of order and chaos was crucial in both the physical and the metaphysical universes. As a result, their art appears to follow a strict set of stylistic conventions that supported this worldview. From households and palaces to temples and tombs, pottery, papyrus, and textile items were essential to the everyday life of ancient Egyptians. In ancient Egyptian culture, drawing was used as illustration, such as seen in the Book of the Dead. It was also the first step in the creation of a relief, painting, or statue. Two-dimensional representations were concerned with order and form, and were intended to honor gods and promote the transition of the soul to the afterlife.
Excuse me, Mr. Crocodile. Excuse me, nonetheless.
Stylistically, Egyptians were concerned with the depiction of the human form's inner self. As such, artistic representations were not concerned with realism, but rather with idealized youth and perfectly harmonious visuals. An exception to this were scenes depicting hunting and battle, where the environment and enemies moved in lively, even chaotic ways. Animals and foes were depicted piled up, as if describing chaos, with Egyptians standing in solemn, disciplined poses, bringing order to the scene. Reliefs could be either in high relief or low relief. Either method required a surface suited to the desired technique. Preparation of the surfaces differed depending on the quality of the rock. A quarried block only needed a simple smoothing. Rough-cut rock monuments, such as those found in tombs, required more work. Often the surface was coated in plaster before being sculpted. For reliefs, preliminary sketches were drawn in red, then framed with a red grid to position the elements of the scenes. Corrected sketches were in black, and once approved, the scene was ready to be carved. This method likely explains the name given to relief makers, the one who draws the outlines. Statues were believed to be vessels for the souls of the deceased, or deities. That is why a sculptor was called the one who makes it live. This divine duty earned them the utmost respect. As with a relief, creation of a sculpture began with a drawing. Most statues were made of quarried blocks of stone, primarily limestone, though sometimes harder stones such as quartzite were also used. In ancient Egypt, the profession of crafter was organized and relied on a specific hierarchy. Most artisans depended on an institution to provide them with raw materials. There were 3 working levels for craftsmanship: domestic, large estates, and within palace and temple workshops. Some royal workshops, at their largest, covered an area of about 2.8 square kilometers in size. At the domestic level, most Egyptians were craftspeople to a greater or lesser extent. The ability to repair tools was a daily necessity. Crafted everyday items could also be bartered for at the local market. Artisans with skills but lacking in resources worked at large estates, where the elite provided them with space to work and raw materials. The most skilled artisans were employed in royal or temple projects and benefited from a special status. They were provided with good workspaces and considered to be highly skilled. An ancient text known as the Satires of Trades has a number of descriptive summaries that offer teasing glimpses into how artisans were perceived. A coppersmith was said to stink and have fingers that resembled crocodile droppings, while potters were said to be like those who lived in bogs. This view was likely exaggerated in order to highlight the most enviable position of all, that of the scribe.
You could describe someone that wrote that down.
Located near the Valley of the Kings, Deir el-Medina was a settlement created by order of the king to honor the most skilled artisans. Its name translates as the Monastery of the City. Allocated a house on the initiative of the king, these craftsfolk were regarded with respect and referred to as the royal artisans. Those who lived there worked on the tombs in the Valley of the Kings and its surrounding temples. Archaeologists believe the site was home to skilled and respected artisans for over 400 years. It is considered one of the most important discoveries relating to Egyptian daily life. While much of the focus of Egyptian archaeology was on its kings and queens, it wasn't until the excavation of Deir el-Medina that Egyptologists were given a valuable window into the community life of ancient Egyptian artisans.
Welcome to Evolution of Pottery in Ancient Egypt. Excavations all over Egypt have uncovered enormous quantities of pottery vessels of all shapes and sizes. The production of pottery was mainly confined to the outskirts of settlements due to the materials required and to keep the kiln smoke away from inhabited spaces. The function of the product determined the selection of the raw material, its treatment, its form, as well as the finishing of the surface. Pottery was essential to ancient Egyptians' daily lives. It was used in all aspects of life, from the storage of grains and liquids to containers within the tombs of necropolises. The most common pottery was made from Nile silt that resulted in a reddish-brown clay. Limestone clay, which made for more attractive pottery, was only found in Upper Egypt. Early pots were made from pinched or coiled clay. Chopped straw, ashes, and other minerals were added, and the mixture was then smoothed and decorated before being put in the oven. Pots were fired in bonfires or enclosed within a brick kiln. The potter's wheel was utilized during the Old Kingdom. Pottery became smoother and more polished, similar to river stones. It was decorated primarily in red pigment, with the black color achieved by exposing it to smoke. Pottery workshops were attached to palaces or temples, and around the late period, specialized workshops began to appear. Quartzite particles, which created the rich blue or green glazing, became common during the New Kingdom. Mediterranean motifs and tin-based glazing came with the Greco-Roman era. Potsherds could be found anywhere and were the most common canvas for writing or drawing, in comparison to the more expensive papyrus sheets. Named after their Greek description, ostraca contained daily life records, letters, or could be drawn upon.
3.3.6.
Artists drew sketches for temples and tombs, or simply for leisure.
Maybe it's how they sort it. Use like a water-based paint. So I can easily wipe it off.
Welcome to the Egyptian household. In pre-Greco-Roman culture, women were considered equal to men in many matters. They owned property, testified in court, could divorce and inherit. Until the Greeks and Romans restricted their rights, Egyptian women could take over their deceased husband's trade.
Dude, come
Marriage
on.
contracts included mentions of allowances and items of value brought to the marriage by the woman,
years ago.
which would forever belong to her.
But this was 4,000 years ago.
Certain professions were open only to women, such as weaving or professional mourning, while others were available to both genders, including working as servants for the rich households. Social status did have an impact, though. The higher in status, the easier it was to obtain education and access different professions. Homes were generally composed of 3 rooms. First, there was the entrance, furnished with a small bench of brick, probably intended for a statue and protective divinity. Then there was the ceremonial room, meant to receive guests. The last room was either a bedroom or kitchen. Furniture consisted of basic chairs, chests, and storage. Tables were not used for family dinners. Instead, each individual had a small table of their own. Marriages were a social contract rather than a religious construct. Family was vitally important to ancient Egyptians, and children were considered a blessing from the gods. The father, mother, and their children were the nucleus of the family, and cohabitation sometimes extended to mothers-in-law, sisters, aunts, and sisters-in-law. Status and wealth played a large role in the style and size of ancient Egyptian homes. Commoners' houses were built with sun-baked mud bricks. Wealthier homes were often painted in white and decorated with various motifs. Town officials and the rich lived in mansions with numerous rooms that were luxuriously decorated. Only temples and tombs meant to last for all eternity were built with stone. Funeral stone inscriptions focused on the main member of a household. Encircling this person would then be a spouse, parents, and children, possibly even siblings. These stones were so structured because there were no surnames in ancient Egyptian culture. Parents and children were a sort of family tree, which allowed for the identification of the deceased.
First Thanksgiving. Oh, 3 left.
Welcome to Bread and Beer. While the Mesopotamians invented beer, including using a straw to avoid the sediments and herbs, ancient Egyptians perfected the brewing method. Egyptian beer's quality was determined by alcohol strength, color, and flavor. During the Pharaonic era, beer was the most commonly used and important alcoholic beverage. The state and temples used it, along with bread, as payment to workers, and it was included on the lists of food offerings to the gods and the deceased. Beer was the popular drink of ceremonies and festivals. The Festival of Drunkenness was even dedicated to it. Considered to be quite nutritional, beer was also significant in the day-to-day lives of ancient Egyptians. Egyptian adults and children consumed beer with all of their meals, and medical texts include hundreds of remedies that contain beer. It remained the most popular alcoholic beverage until the Roman era. Recipes for beer varied over time and depended on the quality of the materials. Bakers and brewers typically worked alongside one another at the same workshop or house. Many families often produced the quantity appropriate to their own consumption, with better quality beers produced for festivals and other special occasions. The most basic recipe used malted cereal as the main ingredient. Fruits, such as dates, were added along with honey and spices. Once baked, bread would be crumbled into the brew to start the fermentation process. Adding grain enzymes would break down the starches, turning them into sugar and creating a thick mash. Once ready, the bread and grain mixture was compressed and then strained through a sieve with water into the mix of malt beer. Once fermented, the beer mash was transferred to large containers and again compressed by foot or with pestles. Once smooth, the beer was stored in pottery jars and sealed with a clay stopper. It probably couldn't be kept for long and likely had a thick, pasty appearance and texture. Very little was wasted. Leftover grains were reused to make sourdough bread or combined with the next batch of beer. While there are many ancient accounts for making bread, most of the knowledge known about ancient Egyptian brewing comes from an account by the alchemist Zosimus over 300 years after Cleopatra's reign. More recently, Dr. Delwyn Samuel, an archaeobotanist, has proposed alternate antique techniques to brew beer. However, experts are unable to replicate an authentic beer since not all of the techniques and ingredients used by ancient Egyptians are known yet. Food was prepared on the floor until the Middle Kingdom, when cooking benches were introduced. The introduction of durum wheat improved bread quality, meaning that the upper and middle classes ate better. The poor, however, still made do with a diet consisting of a gruel made of vegetables, softened bread, or barley.
Oh, I can't catch on fire.
Dough was kneaded by hand or foot, and when sufficiently blended, additional items were added, such as fruits, nuts, honey, and spices. To leaven the bread, they added sourdough or leaven from beer brewing. Ovens were circular or beehive-shaped and made with clay or brick. If there was no oven at all, a bread maker used the hot sand to bake flatbread, a technique still in use by some Berbers today.
Berber. behind the
Ancient
scenes.
Egyptians always had to fight off the omnipresent sand particles that were blown towards them. Despite their best efforts, sand regularly made its way into their food. Additionally, particles from the grain-grinding stone tools and ovens they used also contributed to attrition and prematurely worn teeth. The team tried to portray this through toothache animations and commoners sweeping sand off.
Oh. Interesting. Toothaches suck.
Welcome to Wine in Ancient Egypt. When the god Horus lost his eye in a war with Seth, the ancient Egyptians believed the eye turned into a vine, and the vine's tears became wine. Early texts, dating back to 3150 BCE, contain the hieroglyph for vine. Regarded as extremely valuable, wine was highly sought after by the elite. It was also an essential part of many religious ceremonies. A millennia-old tradition, grape cultivation and wine production was regimented in the way typical of ancient Egyptian bureaucracy. Egyptians kept careful records of winemakers, which they clearly identified on labels. Every landowner with a modicum of self-respect usually kept a vineyard. This held particularly true in the regions of the Fayum and the Nile Delta. Documentation shows that only certain craftsfolk were allowed to provide the containers required to store and transport wine. That and rigorous quality control checks established for every step of wine production shows that ancient Egyptians knew that the quality and longevity of wine could easily be affected by any number of variables, which they paid careful attention to. Egyptians had different kinds of wines, most of which ranged in quality from good to very good. The sweet shadé, to which honey had been added. The soft nejem, obtained by drying the grapes in the sun. The ma, reserved for religious ceremonies. And finally there was the peor, the mediocre rated wine, resulting from the second pressing of grapes and reserved for a less discerning palate. Welcome to Oil in Ancient Egypt. Castor, sesame, and moringa were the source of the most common oils in ancient Egypt. Oil was used for various purposes: cosmetics, medical treatments, nutrition, perfume, athletics, and rituals, to name a few. The team decided to use oil as an explosive to add more gameplay opportunities for the player. Ancient Egyptians originally used castor oil in wick lamps, but also for cosmetics, such as facial and hair treatments. There is mention in some papyrus of castor oil being prescribed to treat constipation and help pregnant women. Castor beans were found in ancient Egyptian tombs as early as 4000 BCE. Castor oil was made by pressing the beans from the plant of the same name.
There should be a trophy.
Olive trees were present, though scarce, in ancient Egypt's early history, and olives were mostly imported from Syria and Palestine. Their use and cultivation remained uncommon until the mass arrival of Greek settlers during the reign of the Ptolemies, when demand increased sharply. Olive trees were normally found in the region of the Fayum and the lands surrounding Alexandria.
Archaeologist. With all tours in the daily life category. Wait, is there a shorter one? Wait, do really just they threw in the middle of one of them? Cool. I'll double check the trophies now. %. Alright, this is fun. Really enjoyed the history. Like I said, I really wanted to check the main game in this area, but I don't remember where Sappy Res is. Ah, okay, I know what that is. Obviously. There's Alexandria. Because I wanted to check something also. Oh. There was a guy who had a house here? Like, the back room had a quest in it. Also, I really wanted to just, like, see the house again. There's more in the middle of town.
My dearest, we do not have enough to pay Sefetu his accursed taxes.
Right decision, Gere.
Yes. Alright.
Ah, the Magi. It is good to see you again. Things are much better here now.
Magi, you retread your past.
My path is not an arrow, but a pattern inscribed upon the stars.
Very poetic.
A tool to help us understand the pain and chaos of this world.
There is too much of that. But since you have removed the demon Sefetu, life is better here. Now the people have a chance to thrive.
Thank you. It means a great deal to hear that.
I have so many quests to do. Or to not do, and just not do them. I'm thinking about it. Okay, well anyways, it's 2:30, so we're going to bed. Peace.